Okay, audio check. Mic seems to work. We read in this household. You're so right. Hi, Jana. One second. VG unlock. Is it aligned? Probably. Anyway. So let's set up the team I'm gonna use for this, cause we should probably have the team. I mean, he can these two. Don't have those two. Don't have these two. As many ring units as possible. They get buffs, of course, right? For the event. Let's see how many ring units I have. 1, 2. I can borrow your Callisto loot. You're so right. 20 dread. Oh, that is a really nice visual. Oh, I like that music. Hi, Gregor. Good job, Gregor. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. Oh, but I have a whole bottle of water right here. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of death throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where'd I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with some propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. There's that many... Why are there that many pages on a funeral guidebook? Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. I keep reading a manual for a funeral. It's really funny. I mean, yeah. why did they need to read a manual? It cannot be that hard to understand, right? Right? Intentional anonymity, is it? Nice. If the situation is indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. I wouldn't be surprised if a certain butterfly someone appeared at this funeral. It would be kind of funny, but I don't think they just appear for no reason. It's fine, Cluckhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. Yeah? If it's about the enemies, I want to find that out myself, by the way. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. After this story note, I stick back to the main screen effect about the twining thread, and look next to the Gregor portfolio. Its peak. Okay. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up on trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail glided and glossed over with the glow of the bow. And the point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. A soaking wet mutt, are you now? Oh, does this not remind you of the day I took your place? I can't do an Earl King laugh. It just does not come to me. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them there when they died. Leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than to bury him in a grave just for some sod to later desecrate it. In Hong Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Chip, let's see. Where'd I put my pingles? Here they are. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Yeah, what's up, Bubba? New ring tier 4? 2 Limbillion Clash Power Up, I don't know, man. As if I'm ever running a ring team. As if I'm ever running a ring team, all I do is solos. All those funds, though carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and other resources, announcing the end of their existence with the
Goodbye.
Nothing there. Announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Why am I distorting? Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Tom Nurse daughter. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. The ship was filled with a distorting recipe. Why is... unforeseen? Oh, right, yeah, like the source book. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Sinclair? Oh, right, to test the sign, of course. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation rather than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. On the loading screen on the bottom left there is something? So bottom left and also next to Gregor, okay. Is that about to be about the, I mean, I don't know if it's Araya or not, but I mean... The one that looks like Araya? If it isn't, then don't say anything, because I do want to see it myself. Don't yap. I want to use my eyes. I have eyes for a purpose, you see. It is that right, I knew it. Faust knows all. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy, that's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No! I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. But then it... Yeah, it shows that people remember her after she got erased. The thing is, she wasn't actually erased, she turned herself into the sword sheath. She was never erased, she turned into the sheath. The only one who doesn't remember her is, Ryoshu. If only skincare was this brave to Cromer. Cromer is... Fuck. Water. The Pringle. The Pringle, man. I wonder what this, redeem is. Hydration, yeah, thank you. Ring the honest account, demon? Yeah, I know. I was told already. I have plenty of friends, you hear. It's a very cool animation of Future Claire versus Cromer. Future Claire sweeps, no diff. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and co-op. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Why did she say that? Why did she say that? You wouldn't fall for it unless of course you say that. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait! I'm perfectly capable and walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me! Oh, fuck. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. New ship unlocked, of course, because the second someone says something remotely nice to someone else. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that claimed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats a research project in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true that your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Really? A week off a year? Not including weekends, right? A week off a year? I mean, that's... that's worrying. Would not want to be in fucking the Limbus world. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they're trying anything fishy with experiments. They are the new L Corp, of course. They can't skip work a lot as Atmos, but it's average corporation. Don't give more than a week. Average. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners found out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LTE. It's the city. Well, yeah, but it's still 1 week in 365 days. That's still such a low amount. Like, what are you supposed to do with a week of paid time off? I guess it's sick leave rather than... Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only one seeking me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with... People make art of other people with themselves. Yeah, but you can be like nice and nice and relaxed in your free time. Why do they have to take that away? Obviously murder is murder. Like that's just that. Anyway. Who'd been filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Let's see here. Add an image? Okay. This better be a good image. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the sack of paper, walked over to me. Dawn Peak. That's not even Dawn. What am I on about? What is this image? What am I looking at, Car? What is this? Okay, so it's obviously the Roblox because of the old Roblox stud texture. On it as well is some white, some black. It kind of looks like an animalistic creature. It has 2 long horn-like things. I'm not gonna put something I can't even comprehend onto this stream. It's gonna fucking be a cognito hazard. It's gonna kill everyone. I can make this Kanto my bitch if I use Sanguine Desire. Why would I want to cheese a Kanto? That's not fun. Or also it's an Intervallo, but whatever. As I stood there wondering what I should do, yeah, this makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. Why would Scarfy say this? Oh, hi Don. I'm kind of covering the text right now, but I'm sure that's not too bad. You can live with slightly covered text. I can cheese any intervallo if I use some. Yeah, most things can be cheesed with unlimited bleed, but no bleed. Wait, what? What kind of assistance? WKOA CEST. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I only appreciate her gesture, especially when she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. Yeah, I'll put it on. You always have the dumbest images, man. Why do you have so many dumb images? Dumb. Stupid. I guess Scarfy is here now, kinda. I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. You made some Callisto fan art? Okay, cool. Oh wow, yeah, that is actually really good, yeah. Nice art. Nice good, nice, yeah. Nice good. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a pair of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LTCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager said. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. Spoiler Dawn gets eaten by Hohenheim, spoiler Dawn eats Hohenheim. Neither of these are ideal. Neither of these outcomes are ideal, guys. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of their suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become insufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, the manager, this request of mine confers an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Center Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? That's House of Spiders right away, question mark. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help. Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Oh. So she does come along. I'm betting she doesn't fight with us because we have her, announcer. It would be weird for her to fight with us and announce at the same time, but like, still, that's pretty cool. Kira, yeah, way! The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technology to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? Lei Heng alive and he joined us to fight. That fucking light that I hate in Kanto 10. What the fuck does that even mean? Carbon? The teal? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Isn't the Honglu rich? I mean, I'm not sure if he still has access to his family's fund, considering he killed his grandma and Shishun is the leader of Hongyuan, not Honglu. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. Hi, Kira! She looks kinda malnourished, I can't lie. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon the information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders, and following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. Entering Heckcliff State, what? Quick question, since the thumb works for money, what is stopping Limbus Company buying a Sodokappa to help us take down N-Corp? Thumb works for money? I don't think that's how it... I don't think that's how it works. I can't say I remember properly, but I don't think you can just pay someone to do it. And even then, a Sotokappa would be ridiculously expensive. And also, we kinda... Yeah, we kinda did kill, or at least assist in killing. We didn't kill him directly, but we assisted in killing Lei Heng. We were part of the reasons why Valentina and Lucio both died, which while they weren't technically part of the thumb at the time, they were still, like, kind of important to the thumb in a way, because, like, assuming Ryoshu had been fully completed, they would get their titles back, so... And following a discussion, yeah, okay. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare on a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now, you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrows at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely and imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? What? Your survival is not incidental, it is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half of their current numbers. What are you even talking about, Zora? Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira it almost felt that if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess held under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Floor 13, ring team, no salt, but every other one, what do you pick? You got the ring nurse out there? I don't fucking know, man. It's a team. Just do whatever works well for a team. I don't run team builds. Why are you asking me? I'm the least knowledgeable about how you run team dungeons at this point. I've forgotten. It is out of my mind. Then ask someone else who knows, not me. ask like I don't know, ask anyone else. I don't even know who would know that. Is it your first time getting past floor 5? Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information. Yeah, go ahead, Topat. You're in cold with him? He's just dumb, it's fine. Okay, yeah. Disclosure of information is practically limitless through theorems, hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. It's like asking an elite sniper how to shoot a shotgun. True. That's not my field of specialty. I can tell you how to fire it, but I can't tell you how to fire it good. That's actually a really good analogy. That's a good answer, nephew. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. Spoiler, Kira gets eaten by Scarfy and then explodes. Aha. Don't even joke, lad. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard he got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's exactly why he did that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. And that's pretty funny. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fixed... I quickly clapped the handle over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. I mean, Machiasotis will probably not be like this, true. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. You're taking too long. If you can't decide where you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. C, Q, or I'll S, Y, and C right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. S, Y, and C isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably the people she needs to settle the score with. Also what? Yeah, talk about? Yeah, what? Why? Yeah, what? Huh? As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Who even says that? A Raya Rowler meme. Besides... No, better hear from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Ha! Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. We got news about Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse into... I think it's, Escaping the Spider-Verse or some shit? I don't know, the third one, yeah. I mean, it's coming out 2027, isn't it? Or was it 2028? It wasn't 2029, was it? I know it was a 20 year. I don't remember which one exactly, but I know it was a 20 year. Right? Anyway, as you were saying, 3 big updates from me. Nocturnal Sweeping Bukkak, Refraction Railway 6, and Treadspin 5! I'm so scared of Treadspin 5, I can't lie. I'm terrified. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna do the great ideas we've all came up with together as a fandom? Are they gonna make Shi-Dan viable again? I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. It'll prioritize old egos and also its only egos? Oh shit, you're right. I mean, most old egos aren't that bad, honestly. Nocturnal Sweeping Bukkak were so fucking cooked Ricardo's gonna maul us to death? Nah, I'd win. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. She is not, I look back on the stream, I fucking see the image now. She is not expecting good things from this. Gregor is so fucking dead. What do you mean we can deploy all of them? Feels like T-Corp Bokak was just yesterday. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, support. Oh yeah, slightly more from Merceau and probably Rodion as well. The name of this stage? Wayfarer. Interesting. I was told to check here, so next to Gregor, was it? Holy shit, Pablo is there! Yeah! 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 He's there! Yeah, Araya is there too, but I don't really care. It's Pablo. Pablo is much cooler. She's much cooler. She's so much more interesting. She's so cool. It's so much cooler. That drawing of future Sinclair? Oh yeah. That is what that is. By the way, yeah, what? Just update your ring deal and ring assault? Cool. None of Rodion yet. Whatever, we can bring in him. What, you put him on instead so I get more resource? I already have a maxed out ring soul right here. He's good enough. I can't do two. You can stay in the back. You can. And then I mean we can run index down. Ring? What goes well with the ring? Why do people not like Otis? Because she's mediocre as hell. Look at these rolls. She's up by 4. Her S3 rolls at 16. An 18 with conditionals. Her S2 rolls at 13. Her S1 rolls a 13? 13! Her S2 rolls a 15 with Clash Power. Charge was good? You're right, actually. Yeah, that's a fair point. Did not mean to press that, by the way. I could just run random IDs and be fine. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's have fun with it, though. Let's use some funny identities, like Wild Hunt, for some reason. Middle team? That is pretty fun, yeah. The better middle members. 3 middle members, 2 ring members, and we can go Faint Aroma, and I don't have her leveled, but Sun Shower Heat. I'm not doing Sun Shower Heathcliff. All the rings are at the +5 Starlight stuff right now for the event, so really good to get free Starlight. You're right, I should do that. I'm not bringing Sun Shower! Even for Scarpy, he's too Sun Shower. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Think about the content. Content for who? This shit isn't being clipped. Sun Shower versus 9.5 Part 1. No, I'm not even... The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around back doors. You unironically ran Ring Otis in this? I mean, with the Ring team or with the middle that you had for some reason? If it's with the Ring team, at least that makes sense, because she has a purpose, but without the rest of the Ring members, she is horrid. At least with the rest of them, she has a purpose. On my life, you'll give me a Steam game. Is it the one you were talking about? The, Oh, hi, Dreaming Matcha! Do I? Probably Matcha just works, right? Hi! Pretty! Who might those people thither be? With the middle? You... Ring Otis with the middle. You need that 20%. Uh-huh. Not a Mori, that's next month? Alright. Wait for it. Okay. Okay, so they're like blue and yellow. They're like blue and yellow, which reminds me of the SWI Association. However, they have like full body suits and headgear, which implies they either want to stay anonymous or they want to really make sure they don't get any contagions. You're not stopping by for long because spoilers, but you wanted to catch stream? Hi. Yeah, they do have a really interesting, cool design. They have white on the insides of their gloves. They have big armor plate here and gloves or weird compartment things here. Thank you for stopping by. Bye bye, so you don't get spoiled. Alright, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue now, so you can disappear now or something. Bye bye. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. That W doesn't really remind me of anything, though. I received a gift from Bong Bong. Let's see this. Games. Pending gifts. Needy streamer overload. Oh. Okay. Do sun shower now? Okay, yeah, no, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll put sun shower on. We can immediately give up on the encounter and then skip the story to get to the fight. Our guarded reaction, yeah. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into House's back door. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take the W Corp's place, right? That's literally what they just said that day! The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. Can I stream that on Sunday or next week? Sunday is already taken up, but I can probably squeeze it in next week or something. Maybe. We'll see how school is gonna treat me. It might be horrible. Probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. Then these are the manager and the centers of the LCB department, our field operations units, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. New ego resource gen for solo is going to be peak, by the way. That's peak. That's nice. That's cool. Is it because of a certain W Express incident? I think it's just because of the rumors that have been spreading about W Corp. I think that's what it was said to be. And I mean, yeah, the W Express incident probably has part in it, considering people were disappearing. Same with the library, people were disappearing, and that's not really something you want to do, you know? You wanted to get that game for yourself, but the Sun Shower must be on Steam. Give me a game to get Sun Shower on. Incredible. Oh, hi, Alan. Oh, he's kinda cute. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending a tiny greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spill out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Danto of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your product, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? Do I want to know a non-spoiler fun fact? Yeah! Yeah, sure. Birdcage skills at 2+ attack weight gain, plus number of hits on an enemy divided by 2 ego resource of that skill's affinity. On crit gain, number of coins that hit critically, ego resource of the least owned affinity. Oh! Oh, that is free. That's not the fun fact, but that is goated actually. I mean, it's really good for specifically attack weight skills. Not all have that, but still, yeah, that's really good. The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith Sales Project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We've received the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. It's the Yapper? Yeah! It's the Yapper. Because this Wayfarer NPC is named Alan with an... This guy's name is Alan with an... It was replaced, though? That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Alan was replaced with new Alan. That's kind of funny. I would have never expected that to happen because their names are spelled differently, but... You wanted to get that game for yourself as it seemed cool, but Sunshauer must be on the team. Remind me when we get out of the story to put him on. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. Robo-Unk! Robo-Unk! I love it! I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that? She'd come back holding piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back street. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression, and even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge the surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira revealed from the unexpected sprite, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Here, I literally took a hit from a 60 rolling Matthias counter. That's light work. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Ryoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. Doesn't W Corp already do that? I mean, W Corp rips through space to attack. These guys seem to move differently rather than manipulate space, you know? Just gonna double check that YouTube is in fact empty. Yeah, okay. But H and I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senator Ryoshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? So we have a weird whale thing, we have a fucked up goat, we have, I don't even know what that is, a big bear paw, we have deer? An alligator? A hand? Index Nurse Father Yisung, hello on YouTube. Wading through a dream, the self nowhere to be found. True! Hydration, yeah, you're right, my voice is starting to feel it already. The thing on the left, I don't even know. All of them, none of them make sense. There's some headless thing in the background. I think that's an eyeball. Anyway, let's see what this redeem is. Stretch. Yeah, okay. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied owl eyes. Some kind of what? Eyeball? It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake Special Issue! Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? Scarfy Among Us PC? What? 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 Up or down? You should go, up. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. The coin is never right executed? Damn, okay. Organisms with various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outcourse born. They look almost alive. What the fuck was that? They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though RoboWonk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. It's Rian. Yeah, my coin gives you hidden encounters. It doesn't give you good ones. And it only gave you a bad one because you were being rude to it. They already fixed the Allen bug, but you tried to get a new screenshot, but it was fixed. Damn. Look at DMs. Alright, yeah. Let's see. Asune Miku. Oh my god. He's just hanging out. Bad one, Rian is the easiest hidden boss. On floor 14, I'm a little unsure about that one. Might just be because I'm used to the I don't know, I might just be scared of the 9 coins of Doom and Despair. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display up to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaving on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they'd been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate the lockdown sequence. Before one I could even finish this urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks that staring directly at us. There's another there's a lot of families. That's like the whole point of Blood Fiends. We don't know how many exactly first kindreds there are, but each first kindred was bitten directly by the source Blood Fiend, which is speculated to be Nosferatu. And there's like probably like at least like 4, maybe 5 family. No, we killed every Blood Fiend of Don Quixote's family. We killed every Dad Quixote Blood Fiend specifically, because all the kindreds under him were in La Mancha land. Think of it this way: you get yep, holy shit. The 15 depends from the term become arenas and will give him defense level down and actual defense if you just unlike the other 3 colors, the goes foul power up and deals a lot of damage, while Lucina takes 70% less damage when Lucio is alive, and when he dies he gets fucked by the 78 clashing disposal, and then for Matthias that shit is just harder than Ricardo. Yeah, that's fair. We do still have Sancho, but I mean she's an exception. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence is kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear out our level. We gotta get out of here. And it's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parent's web. How many years has it been? You... Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear this for a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, self-thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of her primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm just gonna say that's how it's pronounced. I don't really care. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. See, don't presume. I only remember you because of tactility of hides and guts, made for a passable 8W. Sent it in Redeem channel, you can just put it under the Scarfy image. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Good image, nephew. Niece? I don't want to take up all the space down here, because this is where egos are, you know, ego damage. We can have him... We can have him here, honestly. We can have him here. Obstructs the text even more, but I'm reading it. You don't... He can be here. We want to have the egos open in case we want to ego later on, so that's why I'm leaving this space open. He can hang out over here, over on this side. I'll remember you because, yeah, AW. First glance, it looks like Ryosha was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequencing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of her kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. ASMR, I read you the entire Intervallo to fall asleep. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to try out Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Owen and I had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eye and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite a fascinating specimen to the artists outside the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. They flip the words here. Scale back the very heavens and cast aside all that steal my daughter from me. There's only one way out, the same way you came in from, the way home. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. Sorry about that, by the way. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go so easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Locke. Think of that woman as Lei Heng and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. So this is a woman, apparently. I don't really know names of whatever language this is, so I wouldn't really have known that. Yeah, think of that woman as Lei Heng and do what you did in H Corp's mansion. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvisms. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleep scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty. Then seized the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It would be something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. The fucking sinew? Sinew of a person? I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired their structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to that, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm in the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Father, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside! The attack from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow? Ha! Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've been quite a quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Save you? Save yourself! This is your issue! Aha, you must be the new Kid Matthias looking. Why do you stand in my way? fucked if I know. I don't want to be regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. That a behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used a recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Minoa's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? It's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixtures have displayed through the ages. Seeing it opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. What do you mean she just fucking blew up? She just fucking blew up! She was turned into a red sludge! Bro! Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will sear the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door! Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of standard number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. That's exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized that the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? Yo! Don't just stand there! Get over here now! Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM. Wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed into the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the Maestro could cross over. Bullcut, think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to form a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager! I owe to them and prepare to answer your call whenever and wherever... hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. With this treasure I summon every sinner. Except Gregor. Oh, so they just straight up use Malkuth now. They don't even care. Yeah, we're immediately giving up so we can summon Sun Shower in here. Haven't even started it yet. We're immediately gonna summon Sun Shower. Then we can read after that. First off, replace. This hurts me, but I have to level him up first. Your solo is already passed. Why do you still want levels? Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. No, not that either. That'll do. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1.
독재팀의 의로움을 세우기.
나를 적찍었다면 전원 집합.
There we go.
이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Anyway, here comes the Malkuth. Here comes some Sun Shower Heathcliff. Ow, my throat. I'm gonna try to rest my voice while I can, okay? Oh hey, look, a redeemer. I wonder what that is. Wawa. Let's have a sip of Wawa. 15-minute cutscene. I mean, yeah, lottery happen. Depending on how long the Intervallo is, I might even have to split it up into 2 days. Well, actually, there wouldn't be any convenient timings for the second one then. Jeez, that's gonna suck. I just hope not. Can't do it on Sunday, because Sunday's funny day, as we can call it. Can't do it Saturday, because that's Claire Obscure. Can't do it Friday, because that's the solo, and I can't really move that around, because there's no other days, and we do have to do our weeklies, which means it would have to be next week. But that's also annoying, isn't it? Whatever. I'll just try to speedrun it whenever I can.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게 해주세요.
Maybe I can do shenanigans, move over the clip your stream, since it's the only non-time sensitive one. If we move, assuming we don't finish it today, if we move Clear Obscure some other time, or just skip this one, because I mean, there's no limit to the amount of time we can waste for Clear Obscure. It's a completely offline game and all that. Then we can instead continue this tomorrow, then do the solo on Saturday, and then, I don't know, pick it back up later or something. I'd probably be reading first. Okay, if they don't have mold color, Clash Power +1. If they have 6+ bleed or thinking, coin power +1, inflict bleed and thinking. Same thing here, but if they have 5+ mold color, convert to unbreakable. Damage cannot stagger with their clash loose, and on hit is not thinking, or trigger thinking. Left 5 is made so on one unbreakable based on more color. Clash loose, damage from this skill does not stagger, does not activate thinking. If target has passives before hitting, if they don't have bleed, inflict 3 bleed count once per turn per enemy. On hit with a skill, inflict mold color. Gain 1 attack power up every next turn for every 4 inflicted, 2 times per turn. When this unit or an ally is hit, gain 1 offense level up next turn, once per skill per 3 times per turn. This is literally the fucking middle. When this unit is killed, inflict mold color rogue to random enemies. Right, you. Before hitting, if target doesn't have thinking, inflict 3 thinking count. On hit with inflict a blue one, which is the thinking. If this unit has haste, inflict additional, gain haste based on mold color inflicted. If this unit's speed is faster than target, clash power +1. Basically the same, but with a higher focus on thinking. Alright. Is it a good idea to counter a shit ton? Probably not. You're back, what did you miss? Nothing. We've literally just been reading. Go my Sun Shower! Go my Sun Shower! Yes! Yes, Sun Shower! Yes, my Sun Shower, go! Do your shit! Hit that shit! Sun Shower, yes, go! Potential, man, yeah, I was paid, I was gifted a game on Steam. To clarify, you can't just do that whenever. I probably should have said you can't just give me a game to make me do something, but at the same time, I mean, he already sent it, so. And besides, it's funny enough, it's Sun Shower. All heads at 13 SP, why can't my plus coin sinners be like this? It's a one-time thing. That too. I mean, hell, even if we leave him... What the fuck? We actually have her. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. We actually have her. She's just straight up here. I didn't even notice until she reused her coins. Not middle style, but augmentation tattoos. Deal extra blunt and enemy damage. Inflict bind. It isn't even a reuse. She just has that many coins. Or is it? Oh no, it is the reuse. Okay, here it is. This is the reuse one. This is just the 5-coin one. Check the tags. LTE question mark. House the Spider's no longer. The middle's no longer. I guess that, yeah, I guess she is technically kind of part of the LCE, but at the same time, she's not really, she's just a temporary hostage or some shit, I don't know. Well, hostage would imply, whatever, man. Now, I know it's not A-res, but it's still pretty tasty. She here while she has value? True, true. The theme is also pretty damn good, yeah. Unused, though. I'm not using an ego just to keep enemy resonance. Damn, Gira! What's her level? Thank you. I can check in a second. I mean, yeah, it would make sense if he's level 60. It would. Oh my god, get more S3s, Heathcliff, please! You need this! She's level 65, oh wow. Slightly stronger than our sinners. I don't remember if that was how she was in the House of Spiders too. Her defense level is kind of shit though. -6. I guess that's because she's injured. Wish Lucio he's fucking dead. Join with what? There's nothing left. If Matthew Otis isn't on the kill here, no. Gregor just puppets his corpse around on his giant meaty wall. Oh, okay. Go, Dawn. Get him. Yeah, hit him. Yeah. Also, Kira was indeed level 65 during the mirror flight. Cool. So what's her defense level? Also 59? It's only the first door and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by luck. So her injuries did in fact lower her defense level. Good to know. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you aren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would open the vault at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Also cause she lost the middle tattoos? I mean, she still has augmentation tattoos, just not the middle ones. Wait, let me double check something. Kira, Limbus Company, enemy. Yeah, she just lost the middle styled part. She still has the augmentation tattoos, just not the middle styled ones, I guess. Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. Also, completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties or under 15%. Thus, this, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Can't wait for Kim Ally Unit, it would be pretty cool, yeah. I mean, from what we know, the tests lose power when you leave the middle and act as a notice to other middle members that they're a traitor, like Starbuck. The only part of the middle member, the only part of Starbuck I remember about not being in the middle anymore is that they were going to hunt her down until, as long as she had those tattoos on her, they were going to hunt her down. So she mutilated her skin to not have those tattoos anymore. That's all I really remember about the middle tattoos that Kikeg, it's Kikeg, but not Starbuck, but yeah. I only just now noticed you said Starbuck instead of Kikeg. Kikeg. Queekeg. What's your idea, Tobat? Those Fowits won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be assessed with certainty. Are you saying more might come? Key takes her head off and uses Lei Heng's body, no tattoos, GG. Why Lei? Key isn't even alive anymore! She was turned into the pallid by the whale! The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's surf clock, and those Fowis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and the destination points. And clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on to the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Fowis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all the backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new Scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, my side too. Is it possessed or something? Kira's so much taller than Dawn, looking at them, actually. Kira is so much taller than Dawn. Dawn is short as hell. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back door. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge and an enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Least will fear, go ahead. The attack has now damaged some devices, so we're gonna have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Where we going? Where we going? La Creatura 1 and La Creatura 2. It's the child you murdered. She doesn't remember that. Sun Shower actually beat Ringy-san. Can you believe it, guys? First track of Amori, and it says good if not better than Amori. What? Oh, better than Millie. Yeah, Amori has really good songs. I know that much. Online brought us to what looks like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is the forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of correlation between the emergence of thinner number 11 sign and a manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably gonna start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Cat on snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me into a tough spot. Understood. Understood, fuck. Karon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying Super Pass Bitter Candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karon peeled the snack thief sign off of Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. He's an eater, just like Ezra. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share! He took my snack too, Berg! Kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allotted to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill! That's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. The lines on Vergilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide. Clearly, Rodion gets a roll-in idea. Or hell, Rodion gets the angelic idea. Hoping to get him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to two individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, only the verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. Man, I didn't know Rodion was a washed grade 9 fixer. Yeah. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical examples that narrowed down the scope. Oh my god! However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Wait, then, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair's from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, in a discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proved yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at the present. This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem fair that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Straight up speculation? Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental... Fine, let me look. What did she say? Speculation? Oh, wild speculate. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics, but as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, small skin sample. Oh, they were also checking if the sign reacts as electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Oh my god. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Thank you. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? The difference being is that Don and Sancho are inherently the same person. Sinclair from the future isn't really the same as the Sinclair we know, considering how much he's changed. Not to mention, why would current Sinclair remember what future Sinclair remembers instead of future Sinclair remembering what current Sinclair remembers? You can't remember your future after all. A paradox, it would seem. No, it isn't. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then a body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace her back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, right? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper there. You even pulled off that trick you picked up from that blasted old geezer, right? Not just that. He was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Sinclair glow up? He uses the glowing ring thing? Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you feel real tough is one of them? But there's gotta be more, right? No, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that Black Coney leader, that Lei Hang prick, and the nurse father we fought. Whole lot of them's fingers, ain't there? The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too. So what, only proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? But not anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they're all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership, that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mong wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers! As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. You can teach Mang willy-nilly to people? I mean, from what we know, they do still have to have the memories that are, like, cruel and evil. Did Sancho even have it? Didn't she have a... I swear I remember, like, an old-ass TV in her lighthouse. Let me search this shit up. I swear she had a lighthouse, a TV in her lighthouse, for real, for real. Okay, actually, looking back at this image, there is no sign of a TV. I don't think she ever watched any of that. I don't think she ever watched it. I think she just read. Maybe that's why she was so confused by videotape. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its user a high degree of physical enhancement. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. And that power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequences it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you used. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, the physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Jesus corroded the Wabi goes he cooked? Yes. We have ID switch Shin? Yeah, exactly. I think the reason we don't have Mong is because it would draw on memories that the identities might not have access to. That or none of the identities have gone through the proper, like, things, you know? No, he doesn't. He does not. He has things that... He has, like, status that works like Mong. Like, not status, he has, like, conditionals that work like Mong, if I remember right. But he doesn't have Mong itself. I've been tote snacking this whole time. I haven't even waited for a redeem. Ow. No, he doesn't have Mong. Rihanna has Mong, but Rihanna's Mong does not. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Thank you for the pets, by the way. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? Be even more fat gets meat on those bones. 2 treats at once. Holy shit. Have to make me fat so you can cook me? What are you? What are you, some witch? So that's 3 redeems. I've had 1. I'll have this cookie as 2, and I can have another one. No wait, okay, that's 1, 2, 3 eat redeems right now. Okay. The sound was just a little delayed. You're the witch from ReZero. Drink your. I haven't watched season. Is it 3 or 2? How much food do I even have? Well, I just finished one of the snacks that I. The snack list is in fact updated, but I do have to remove one because I ate it all. Oh, yum. And he uses a harpoon too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi-sung pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by a contract of sinners, your ability to wield it would be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Yeah, shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Sinclair trying to brag like Merceau distorting won't send him back to last place. Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold back the question any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shinramon, he was just like that. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. No Shin or Mang, and he still took 2 ampules and a counter? True. Whisper's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turned back to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something else that looked a little too close to sadness. And if you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it sounds, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one paying the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Holy shit. Yeah, like the move Valentina. They're right, she does also use disposal. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LTE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around LTE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. It's been an hour in game already? In story? Or, I guess roughly an hour, because it says upward, they said upward to an hour or some shit? I don't know. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. 2 hours in and we're only on par. Yeah. This is... Why does Omori say it's a dark game? It's pretty light so far. Oh, you'll get there. You will get there. You will see. Smiley face. I might not have played it, but I know. I know a decent bit. I do still want to play it though. I've heard experiencing it yourself is quite different to very, very like discreet like descriptions of it. Or what's the word? Not discreet, but the vague descriptions. Ego forged in a paradoxical nature. Not a sentient sword, huh? Wanna know how dark if I ask? I know how dark. It really is really dark. I am very familiar with how dark it gets. I'm not even joking. You don't have to tell me. It's a lot worse than Doki Doki. Comparing it to Doki Doki. I mean, I guess I see the point, but like, thing about Doki Doki is they're very much presented as not being real, and not only that, but it all happens pretty quick. I beat Doki Doki in like, I don't know, like a few hours. Beat as if it's a video game. It's literally a fucking visual novel where you don't actually have choices. Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that can maybe define its death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability of process zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Bro hasn't even... There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshu's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's quarters, that will be all. Alright then, before we go... You love the white Gasipian buff, such a small change but so peak? Yeah, I know. Makes it a lot more viable considering... I don't know, it's just a lot more viable in general. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all, but going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. I know, this is next turn. Didn't you tell me this yourself? I don't remember who it was, but someone already told me that. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. So, Bream. Best remember to tread carefully. Should it cause even the slightest harm to executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatever. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into Ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up in the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Heh. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy. That. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it is found closure. Aha! I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them if things get dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Oh my god, there's so much. There's so much. Let me out. Yay, Lunacy. So we're on 5, so there's 15 total. We're 2 hours in. We've done a third of the way. Multiply that by 3 just to get a ballpark of it. Oh my god, it's gonna be 12 AM when we Yes, use a box. Of course use a box. Are you stupid? Use a box. There's 12 no- Oh, okay, really? There's 12 nodes? Why are there 12 nodes? 14. Oh, 14. Oh, 14. Slightly better than I expected, but whatever. Ah, you arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading to the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Bina going in all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Garrett was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. People have compared the final boss to Vian, really? He's far more cooperative than I anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered, yap. Flashed a couple doors with blue light. How do you save? Gianna, you know that, right? I don't remember. From what snippets I've seen, I don't remember. Picnics, okay. God, I'm reaching for another snack like I've been given a choice. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go in first? You'll look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Oh well, they'd say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. Huh? You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. I have been given the choice. Yatta! Yeah, I'm Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient than ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within the nest, most likely a park. Every sod walking here dragging some animal along. Means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people buzzing over their pet. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh my god. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Look at it! Look at it! Doesn't have an icon. Yay! 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 The dog. There's this workshop my dad always visits. There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Pat, pat, pat. Ryoshu's childhood memories burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily. Such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. Gee. I don't know what that one means. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, like, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys toning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was within Linda, you and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? The only nurse father gets physical at failed homework would be Valentina. Did this MF beat up a fucking dog because Yoshihide messed up? I mean, because it's related to the spiral, it could also be... Could also be the index, because Thora did know a little bit about the spiral, if I recall correctly. Could also be, Rien who did it. As his fucking... you know. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless yeah, okay. What happened to Saru, in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but it was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain. And I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. I'm gonna kill you. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was... something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Lunk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, I'd write nutter that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained over time with my own hand. Got me thinking after hearing all that, why'd you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those 60 gold artworks were all so cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her Nurse Fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet, as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and just one must never expect the understanding of others. To the uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get him, but if you say so. Now, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? What do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artwork taught night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying for nightmares, in a house of spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed right here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art, of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Wow! Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied began to entangle with Ryoshu's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places up where we ended up stored Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were holding what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Did thou not say that thou hadst stealed the door earlier? Then how then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many art pieces. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robog was washed. You've got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. What is this right? Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we're on our own. Let me a hand. Let me a hand. They didn't respond, but it should be fine. We still have two, huh? Five envy res. Let's just ignore the envy res. We need him to gain self-thinking anyway. Hell yeah, Don. Or sanity farm that bitch. Bro, seriously? This game is so nice. Yeah, it's a really nice and relaxing, like, silly game. Nothing bad will ever happen. Don't listen to the categories on Steam. Don't listen to what the game tells you. Nothing bad will ever happen. Nothing bad ever happens in a moment.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
what the fuck is happening right? I don't know. I actually don't.
장소에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까. 지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
We're back in the white room and there's no door? I don't fucking know.
각오될 시간이다.
As I told you, I never actually played the game. I just know a somewhat sizable chunk about it. And of course, Heathcliff ends up hitting all heads again.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
You know, thinking about it, that snack segment from earlier. No, it was in the middle of the Limbus story. It wouldn't be a good clip because it's spoilery. Never mind. I was gonna say it could be a good clip, but it's literally Limbus story visible on the screen. I don't think that's really ideal, as they say.
점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투 저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Violet breaking slump. I can always post it next week. Well, yeah, but then again, the clip doesn't really have much relation to Limbus Company, so it feels like unnecessary spoiler warning or unnecessary spoilers, you know? Anyway, I'm stealing more cookies. I don't care about reviews anymore. I need more cookies, man. These cookies are disgusting good. I love these cookies. You're gonna take those off the list as well because I eated them all.
운전의 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
언제나게 패주지.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Obviously nothing bad happens. Is that all of them? Hiroshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those a lot coming from anyway? Weren't it just the first wave? Had more of the sods legging from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with badges of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor for the middle, Nurse Father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned task here wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Why is Kira literally always slang? Even Dante talking about Kira. Locked in. Like, I know that's not technically super slang, but like... I just totes dropped that. What a waste. Oh, I think I dropped this. Why did I even... I wanted to throw it in the trash, but now I don't want... Whatever, man. Sure, I got stuff to tell ya, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. Scabbard gave him the faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move towards the corridor of the middle.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
I think you're supposed to...
방지할 사고.
I think you're supposed to give it your own name, like in fucking Undertale. You can just name him whatever if you want. Just like Frisk from Undertale. Don't name it that.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
I mean, if you want, I guess. The heck, they swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I asked you thither half of thy worldly processions. Articulated picture figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch, too. Oh my god, they're right. They're straight gone. Only conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers called them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the letter and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Mother seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curdled into a faint smile as she spoke with faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive of the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I want them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about I want to know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. And that one, reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp back streets, where... Having lived here and make frequent use of these doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp chains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and new portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Okay. Good night, I think. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a work there relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you've provided, you'll understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on pathfinding journeys, some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path well secure. I'd say our operating costs are on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that place, innit? That port ship that has Salon du Malou. The private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Ooh, does it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, it's true that punishment brought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Oh, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Malou place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring lots of coupons back home. They'd give away hair coupons every 10... They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who had seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so I... But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave me that anesthetic, BC. The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. Ryoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym, just like Araya. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the Tenders had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. Not sure why, but something tells me she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Mexican manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal as they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I didn't need to know this thing if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou say it? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That... I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse a fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, the scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes, and then Ricardo appears. My hair coupons! Well, Yoshihide, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There's a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. and she muttered some words as if they were a piece of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Ow. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident and change my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than your trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But, Dad, I saw them in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can only be learned through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. Of course, he checks the index device. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescript by whom every aspect of its existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lessons today will focus on corporate techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here and then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is, tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed out movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's... Yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad cause your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just a... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I am home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Don't worry about it. Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. Oh, yeah, don't worry. It's just your fear. It's just your fear, man. It's not that bad. It's just your fear. You swear, yeah, what? Yeah, they kept saying dumb stuff about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? Fight? Did you win? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty Those snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Ha. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then his story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Huh? Why did the instructor get fucking capitated too? Aha! There you are, Yoshihide! Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bouncers' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there were so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? The scentless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of her talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy.
Don't wanna.
Yoshihide?
I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway.
For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi recounted the past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the Ring and Nurse Father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah. Didn't know that Robounk was such a radical guy. He sent you an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. He was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, shredded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Oh, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it! Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Oh my god. Valvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falwood Guild. However, various evidence, such as masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests they're in the same pack as the one making regular incursions to the House of Spiders. This is LTB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Pause the scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us at the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Good idea? Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do what Kira says. Huh? That was quick. I don't blink, shooting us a puzzled look as the entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to the newly emergent complication past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicate or wings protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Look at those dumbasses walking out the salon, ain't that? Holy shit, it's Ricardo! It wasn't long before the powers began to rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. I summoned the sinners back to work.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
사고될 시간이다.
After 7 seasons, these new ring IDs are the first blinking IDs, really?
너무 약 올리신 것 같은데요.
No, they are, yeah. I'm not surprised. Bleed and thinking isn't exactly a very common thing to expect, is it? They're gonna save and leave? Okay. Yeah, it does get a bit much sometimes, doesn't it? Can't even hear it over everything else, hold on.
공격을 하지 마십시오. 제 앞에서는 책봉을 지켜주시죠. 저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
This guy's kind of different. Instinctive, impulsive. It's the same, but he looked a little different, I guess. Didn't even notice that earlier. This guy as well. He's a little lighter than this guy. Same thing, really.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
They actually killed someone? Hell yeah, hit him, Gira, hit him! That was way too much for you right now, that's fair, yeah. Up or down? Let's ask the coin! It does not seem eager to answer. Down!
사고될 시간이다. 잘 후회.
제가 받건
I mean, you did read what the game is about, didn't you? You didn't? You just got it, you didn't read about it? Amazing. You should have at least read the tags on Steam. Know what you're getting into, you hear? The game cuts deep, that's all I'm saying. I mean, yeah, but you could have at least read like, oh yeah, this game is this game is literally just with a horror game, but you know, not fuck that.
버스에서 해고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Fair enough, honestly. More fun that way in some cases, but I guess you do get fucked over every once in a while. Like, imagine going to Doki Doki blind too. A little more comparable, because you know, you probably know the full extent of that.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Come on, sinners, fight faster. You did hear what's sad, but when you play the game, it's like normal. Yeah. Yeah.
이제야 실력을 좀
Then
내세요.
bam!
그래도 이러면
It hit.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 여관에 가면 또 한참을 먹으지.
I don't want to spoil something, but the boss took Gabby 2 hours. Okay. I really don't want to hear a single word about it, but I guess fuck me then, I don't know. Anyway, that wasn't so bad.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니
Sunshower Heathcliff actually lost this time, can you believe it, guys?
전부 채웠군.
I could never imagine Sunshower Heathcliff losing. He asked when yeah, no, he just missed it. It was a secret event. Secret event. He must have missed it. Probably should have done the Merceau one first, but then again, no one really has Rodion support yet. I think. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks who managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. Really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just needed to check some of the doors in this basement. Intel? The manager expressed an interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valentina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. When I got the soul thing out of doing a Ring 50 and 60 anniversary rerun, that's pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, that's fair, I mean. That's pretty fair, yeah. 0 Ankaballion, real. I marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 with them. 4 of them. Well, you guys do that, I got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as if it didn't even register what he said. Well, was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesaro back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. The sec people saw Alan, you saw one art that was made of it within 30 minutes. What's this fandom? I don't know, man. I don't know. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's something in here. More of the ring, maybe? This does not look like the fucking ring. Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Tong Lu, respectively? Trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier.
Haha, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall.
This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Tong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of...
Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're gonna be fine again, I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see?
Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. The ring more like the fart, that's not even funny. Low-key 2 color pictures in the LCB means well, it's not LCB, it's just Limbus company. LCB is the boss. There's only one color picture related to the boss and it's Red Mist. Or Red Gaze, fuck, I'm tweaking. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. LCB is short for Limbus Company Bus Department. LC is short for Limbus Company. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise when you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring at me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just need to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. We all agree Alan would solo the pink. From what we know, I doubt it. He's sharing such an interesting story about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. You're gonna go to bed, all you need to know is fucking read. I'm reading! Oh, you mean it for the enemy, don't you? Yeah, no, that's fair. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. Also, I read every... Well, I don't read the minor enemies sometimes, because I forget, but like, bye-bye. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. I read them when I remember to. Okay, just get out of here, go to sleep or some shit. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step off when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drew a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present. There wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of his journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that... At first, I thought you couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Tonglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I began to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness.
When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. The potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yisang. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. How does Gregor stay up, holding his coat for every canto? He's just goated like that. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear, it's like they all happened yesterday. Guess you kicked me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Yeah, he is pretty jacked. He does have pretty big arms. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Thonglu. Truth be told, I'm not such a special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through some more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from your past, you'd come to a pause and spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. What do I think of that Scarfy image? I don't know, I don't care, man. It's an image, I guess. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds that they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Treat for me? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't know how this rhyme goes. I don't think this is it at all. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh man, they knew we were dropping Eves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Is what I said and get a tiger by the toe. If it howls, let go, then eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. I like my version better. Oh, well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you probably sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... Get even fatter, but lack the explosion because I do not wish death upon my friends, unless they're Karar because you deserve that shit, and I'm not giving any more fucking glamour. I don't get it. What's she doing here? Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from some... A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in a theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumpsner's father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? You're being mean to him too! Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's not expected. Being real for a second, I thought it was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. You made an angry emote and a happy one? I mean, the cheer one is kinda happy. Kinda. I'll work on it, okay? I'm lazy. I don't want to pull out my drawing tablet. Besides, my schedule is packed for the current times. What's up? I'm gonna stab her right in the spine. You... Look, I think you might be training wrong, cause like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Next week I'm gonna play the game? Maybe. Play Obscure Story on Friday? What? 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 Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Saturday, yeah. How about no Limbus stream Friday and you do Claire then my game on Saturday? Fuck you mean no Limbus stream? It's a solo. I have to do my weekly mirror dungeon. I might as well do it on stream, you dunce. SMH. SMH. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. Could do a normal one out of stream? That's lame. That's boring. You're boring. I'm not gonna get too verbal here, but you're boring. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Sinner Ryosho. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumbner's father showed the particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. That is not balanced. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. Fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, you're Your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched on through every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Katam visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why now? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentino on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever hear of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helped him anyway. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation was the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past, it's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that's what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of N-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine, then guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed it by its handle, and then paused, taking slow deep breath, and with one arm he gently opened the door. I gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Hello, Ungeziefer. Fixed member? Holy shit, we can actually fight with him now? Dwight Gregor, my god! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and...
소재가 준비됐어?
Is Rodon here? No.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔으니
No middle Greg.
심사 부탁드립니다.
Blow up. Blows up with bind. This place... Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing a wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. You will die in the cell with Don to have gotten the key ID and Ishisora. I mean, yeah, I definitely see Dawn getting the Kira ID, but then again, she already had a mid-light entity. We want the middle to spread. We can't have 4 mid-light entities if Dawn gets the mid-light ID. And also, I don't super well see how Ishii fits Sora. Like that? I don't get it. Floating? I don't know what you mean by floating. Looks just fine on my end. Oh, it's black under. That's not even my fault. That's Twitch. No, that's Twitch's black borders at the bottom of the screen. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. We're chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, Vedire!" And I scuttled right up to them, but others can't do that. Okay, good night. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head matters. Head? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other hand. It was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you guys must be the account that you guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got an employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Just moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an ex-VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by bootstraps, that when every peril there's an opportunity waiting for you found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? See, it misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you Special Employment Fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lying in his pocket with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for our partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? I thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. Going to the dentist is gonna torment you, you mean? So for some reason you can still feel stuff and they inject stuff in your mouth with a numbing thing or shit? You might have a mild, resistance to it. I don't know. You've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me, running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, Bulk. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you out there. No worries, but it seemed you were on your way to submit those proposals? Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffering in it. But Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Weird. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that though. I'll manage, but it's you who's gonna have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering the cruelty inherent in living. One time they had to do 2 needles and you hold the second one in the top of your mouth and touch your tooth? Damn. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look shaded beneath despair. Today the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. Holy yab, oh my god. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed the elephant in the room. Even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Aw man, it's those asshats again! Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. So the old best clips has 19 views and your new one, the new one has 46? That's nice, I guess. Make more clips, get more people to view the channel, get more subscribers, get more followers, get me rich so we can all benefit. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. Look past Otis just in time to see more Felvis pouring through a different back door. They must be finding a new way. They must be trying to find a way to get the ring for Nurse Weather corridor. Can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Damn, Dante! Damn, Dante, kill them all! Damn, Dante, damn! Damn, Dante! I guess we get replays of the old themes, that's nice. Gotta say something in a call up, like how you said Sincere and Salt have been fingered. All it was your on your story that I don't know why. Oh yeah, I featured it there. I do that actually sometimes. When I see a clip that's relatively fresh, I feature it on my story. Amazing. When I was young and Money well spent for that sun shower. Why the fuck? Why the fuck is it Peter Griffin?
평소에도 이러면 얼마나
바이올렛 메이크 슬랩.
Bubba sent me a picture of Peter Griffin Rian. Peter Griffin Rian. Index nurse father Peter Griffin. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's it. Bubba, that's enough. You don't have Bubba. You don't have to send the entire lyrics of the song. Beer. 'Cause now I know that beer cannot define the past. I looked away for like 2 seconds, he clicked. We are built to overcome makes endless mishap. This is horrible, man. That's enough. That's enough, man. You can stop now. You can stop now. You can stop now, Baba. You can stop now.
아이씨, 짜증나.
Anyway, Biden's gaming, I guess. Who even got hit?
점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
Was that mostly enemies?
이제
It was entirely enemy.
익숙해지셨네요.
Of course, White Gregor's struggling a little. Address me. Why is Jockey?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Gregor might corrode here too. And by might, I mean he. Oh no, just barely not. When we're getting magical growth, so duo or solo. Let the wheel decide as it always has, okay? Calm down, calm your jet. Potential man solo. Potential man carry. Potential man win. I addressed him. You're just deaf, Bubba.
뛰어서 썰어버려도 상관없지.
다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Gregor, I think it was a bad choice to bring you here. Make it a trio and add Tumsel? No. Tumsel? You have the worst ideas, man. You have the worst ideas. Is this Merceau? This is Merceau, okay.
짜증나게. 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 사용은 이런 구절이지. 자.
오버의 구치한 말투도 도움이.
I'm getting so tired.
화가 나서 제대로 된 판단이 안 서는 모양입니다.
Hell yeah, G-Gorp! Hell yeah, White Greg! Hell yeah, White Gregor! This is why you're here, White Gregor, because you're the GOAT! Okay, way to show off, you son. Way to show off, you son. Completely unnecessary, that's a man. Please tell. Please, oh my god. He still wins, I guess, but like... Oh my god, I'm so fucking clumsy. I dropped like 3 things. Best one is better than number 1 bits badge or number 1 clips badge. I think the bits badge... It's a little harder to get after all. You gotta pay money, it's pay to win. The clips badge, you can just make a decently good one and you'll probably get a Probably get it, because there's like no good clips on right now, you know? Nice damage, puddle boy! Anyway, I'm swapping out by Greg. We can have Fire Fist instead. Then in case anyone dies, we can do this.
건주가 나선다. 하나씩 차근차근 그어서 대갚아보죠.
Once we dealt with the Falcons who invaded the Tum Nurse Fathers, we left for the Indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces. Hi! Huh? Don't you guys have the day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. What's on show on slot 1 for the boss fight? No. No. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred to me at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you were summoning me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break, huh? Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. Karara, I despise you, but with bits. How many bits even is that? It's really shiny, hold on. Kill him, it's so shiny though. It's so shiny. It's so shiny. It's so shiny. Message effects, 20 bits. It's so shiny, it's so pretty, such a... I guess it's not really pretty on the visual Twitch chat on here, so I mean, won't look good in the VOD or anything, but... I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional assignments. Now if you could share any information, you know, yeah, about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, up. Kill him for the one without? I'm not killing him for the one without. That's the second one. That's the second one, man. It's also glowing. That's the second one that's glowing, I think. Well, it's glowing on this thing, but it's big image on this thing, so... Bird up. Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. It's big. I know it's big. Fuck you! Shut up! It's... This is the only, or one of the only reasons why I hate when people take the name, or borrow the name of a fictional character. Like you. Forsooth, the ring apprentice, who, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my collections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the pinky and index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I traced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, she fell silent again. save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deeds. Papa had to go through 4 wrap-up stages and remove seals to like even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours need a trade-off. Your totally power creeps, Papa's. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. CPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Wow, he's so smiling. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. Huh? 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 I swear, this isn't a slanderer or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard I left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read into it too much, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. I won't, slander the sword. I'll... Snap... No, slice your limbs completely, I wanna get, cause it looks like a variation of SYNC. Until you can barely walk. Versus S2 STS is... Oh, stand to slander. Yeah, that also makes sense. Hi! Hi, Dust. Legs? Ah, yeah, slice your legs completely until you can barely walk. That might make sense. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Araya's. That day, you saw that too, right? Ryoshi didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dream that the scabbard poked him of his own volition. Doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kara directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door so featureless that I could have mistaken this for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in Other Nest. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment that we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be almost a dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Okay, good night. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Well, at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Ah, I see, another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if you said as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. I know what you are. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where this door connects to. We're gonna have to get upstairs someone if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rienne's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to the basement is more than enough intel to cross off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories, alright then, let's kill them. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Oh, hi, Araya.
자, 동료들여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는
Fels got here a little early, didn't she?
끝나지 않는
Oh, yep. Yep. Basically. Right. Basically, just don't clash with whoever's marked. I don't care, honestly. I'm just gonna kill them. I don't care about their gimmick. Screw their gimmick. I'm just gonna murk them.
발렛 브레이크 슬램.
Oh no, they hit their prescript. Oh no, how horrible. Did bro not learn from the Rienne fight? I don't care. I don't care. Also, the Rienne fight was really easy. I didn't struggle with it at all. As far as I remember. Might be the Arayashiki talking though. Okay, he was actually mugged. Dawn, okay, don't clash with Dawn. We can put her under here. Anyways, yeah, what? Yeah, my throat is getting a little parched, isn't it? Oh wow. Oh wow, I'm being treated.
이 정도쯤은 발렛 브레이크 슬램.
Wait, treated. Like I started on this stellar pregnant. I don't want to eat too much candy because I don't want to. I don't want to stay up super late, but a little sweet is nice. Nice. Instant pre-trip target. Oh yeah, no, he's they don't like him. They just don't like him. He's just like that. They don't like him. Looking at the team comp, so we have three middle members, 2 ring members, Gregor because he wanted to be here, and then Sunshower Heatcliff because he also wanted to be here. That's the team comp. Oh, that was very necessary, Kira. Thank you. Featuring Kira from JoJo. What? Yoshikage Kira. Oh god. Don't let him have any hands.
도움이 될 때가 있네요.
Again?
제대로 된 판단이 안 서는 모양입니다.
Okay, whatever. No big. We don't need to worry about it, right? He's favored? Damn! Who are you on? Counter? Why are you countering, dumbass? Whatever, you win that. Thanks for... Thanks, Kira, for countering the enemy with a clashable counter. That's really helpful, thanks. Is that even a clashable counter?
오늘이 방금 뭘 본 것인가?
Wait a minute.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
재밌겠는데?
34 roll? Yeah, it's just reuse. It's just how it is. I knew I was right to put an extra one there. Literally so fucking low. Pisses me off. Thank you. Literally, oh, die to burn, thank god. Thank god for burn. Win rate.
이제 우리를 쫓아놓겠는가?
Okay, everyone, jump him. I'm here to see Cliff. Three fucking HP.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Get him, Kira.
점 찍었네.
Yeah. Way. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Haraya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there, up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back at the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what upstairs. What upstairs? And it's actually Gregor again, and he's he's Kaisering it. Wow, Ishmael got the least. Sun Shower got 3rd place. Holy shit, Sun Shower, better than Middle Claire. Sun Shower in 3rd. Maybe we underestimated him a little too quickly, guys. I'm gonna go for this next. There's like 3 more. Oh my god. My fucking Eggapalin! Oh my Eggapalin!
채워지지 않을 궁어를 남겨주지.
Well, anyway, if we have 3 left, then we should be able to complete this by 10:30 p.m. my time. Not bad, actually. I can head to bed on a good time. This, then the boss, and 2 story notes? Yeah, okay. That's alright. It's about to be some super juiced up fucking Rien clone. Because apparently having 2 black silences wasn't enough, and now the ring, or the index prescript wants another. What do you mean you're... Of course you're fucking right. Okay, you can clash there. We don't want Gregor to clash anything, actually. Man, fuck it. Better to clash it than to just take damage, I think. Who can clash that? No one. Great. Okay, perfect. Lovely. Not a fan. Not one bit a fan. But it's whatever, just jump him. Kira, what are you doing? This one? Oh, actually. You're too slow. Anyway, nothing happened.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
저 부숴줄 테다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Household loses with his S3. How rare. I'm gonna be right back. Well, just real quick.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Yo, I'm back. I'm like totes refreshed now. Falling touch is lovely. Everyone's gaining up on my gold Mertho. Even Kira can't flash. Mertho, you're gonna have to tank all this. Good luck, man. I mean, I'm not proccing Durante on some random encounter. You hear? Really struggling even on that one? God, you're pathetic, Mertho. Too many on this one. No, wait. Just two. One. Oh, you?
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Great, dear, great.
얼얼하지?
짜증나게.
Even if he does get staggered, it's totally fine. It's not fine if he lets insanity fun, though. God damn it, Mertho.
즐겁고.
That sucks, Kira. Where's your damage, Kira? Come on. We used twice, but it didn't have any coins, so.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다.
Merso, how about giving a little bit of that low sanity to your friend, your pal, your good old pal buddy, Sun Shower, huh?
재밌겠는데?
Where is your damage? I don't know. What do you mean I don't know? I don't know, I misplaced it. Ismail, you do know what the punishment is for letting the enemy's sanity farm off of you, right? Be more like Isang. Bro didn't scream, come on.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Not bad. For a month. This better fucking obliterate. Here, I swear to God, you have so much offense level. 73 damage! It's horrid!
내가 물을 싫어하듯 자꾸로 기피하는 것이 있었군.
입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 좋네.
Oh no, he was the target. He was new. Oh god. He'll be fine. I was hoping one of those two would, like, I don't know, kill and give him sanity, but I guess not.
완성되었나?
Thank God he didn't kill.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
Sanity would have suffered, straight up. Sun Shower, you're gonna have to tank a little here.
점 찍었네.
Fuck it, we ball. Merso, why are you dead? Sun Shower, why are you so goated? Like seriously, what do you mean Sun Shower is doing better than everyone else, basically? He's taking fatal damage here, and he's still up and kicking. Kira, you suck! What are you doing? Oh, my sinners are all morons.
전부 녹여서
기운이 넘치는 건
상관없. 역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅당 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가?
하고들 시간이다. 잔 물.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
My sinners are all morons. You know, I don't know how you did that, but thank you.
평소에 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Sinclair. You genuinely what? Yeah.
다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
You're watching from your phone, yeah? You passed out?
좀 찍었네.
I mean, it happens, but at the same time, you really need to fix your sleeping schedule at this point. It's having adverse effects, Jana. Oh my god, none of my sitters can win clashes! I know you're at like 0 SP, but you can hit more heads than that. Thank you, Gregor.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Gregor knows how to do it. The fact that the rest of you don't. 41 SP and you hit tails. 8 SP and you hit heads twice! My sinners are all morons. Thank you, Yi-san, for showing them how it's done. Not even Kira. Not even Kira's hitting heads. Okay, these are the last 4. No way we mess up here, right?
버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Can I remind you after the stream to DM me? Okay. I'll try. I can totally do that. This is some spoiler for you, so good luck. Okay, bye bye.
주인께서 명하셨습니다. 당신 정설.
Remember, you can always watch the VOD later on if you're curious how I reacted. You can always watch the VOD. Tell that the car when he wakes up. Tell that the car he can watch the VOD if he wants to see how I reacted to shit. Cause I am not going out of my way to tell him I'm laser.
돌아가라.
Okay, I guess you can send me that. Yeah. Not bad, Kira. Not bad.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
Not bad at all.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
자, 부숴줄게. 좋아. 당부해서.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Not bad, Rio. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking this door like there was some big secret behind it. Right, it just looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I get lean out of a chore, but people should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. But someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. What's your great news, Bubba? Are you searching for anything in particular, Ryosha? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Druid might actually play Limbus, that's nice. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? Your next nurse father, Rian. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshi's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. Ashire, uma musume. They really got the Uma car in here. They really got the Uma car in there. That's really cool, actually. They got the Uma car in there. This... You recognize this drawing? Find myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory as she'd begin recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Anyway, time to kill some guy, I guess. I don't know. Unshower did fourth place this time. I don't know how Merceau did that horribly, but I guess he didn't really. I guess here's the boss time. Oh, probably the leader again. I might want to change out my team comp, make it slightly more good, and also bring the guy who's supposed to be here back. I just kinda forgot. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but we didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one, and even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design difference between each room that helped to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at the detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name is Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tock, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry in here. Your scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, alright, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claims. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages? That's not how you spell sausages, Limbus Company. Cutting sausages into octopus shapes. Cause it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU, I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. This must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshi and Naraya shared. The sinners, me, and Naraya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshi, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. You want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line, and in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they'd send more than fathers to the house of Spider. Stinks of wet dog. Also, a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. I gotta say, I fucking love the design on this thing. Like, it's just so cool. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emil Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the foulest we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask, and there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshi. Suddenly, I was reminded what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We'll let them observe us too freely. What? What's that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshi currently has possession of the Arashiki. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed or not, Ryoshi as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, for once? My name is Rufo Yoshihide. Oh my god. Her hair reminds me a lot of Bari, you know? The shade of blue. A little darker, I think. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Taoism, allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic animal masks. As suspected, Ryoshi declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our unusual method of ushering. How are her odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stat. Really? Shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a top of the thumb or Bib's big sibling of the middle. Verily, that makes her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng. Though she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Really? 25% or more? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. You entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, while everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His word. Recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be more different from the rest of his work. But what I observed alone above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the severity with which you scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs self-corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Taoism is a movement that has broken from the traditional moral. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fou, or the wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us foes into the field of fertile creativity. Oh my god, my throat. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it would layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it'll be destined to leave an unforgettable impression of the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be a much greater work than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. You never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the work created by your school acceptable, at least among the race art. Or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as its connecting suture. Your blade work too showed such multi-layered goodness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you've transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrowness condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath and bound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hone. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signify. See, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded session. Yoshi bears your scabbard. Pointillist, Taoist, suprematist, blow writers, cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard of their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried over symbols, caked in patchworks of your empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. SANGRIA. A bit abstract, isn't it? To remove too plain with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities.
What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Falvis? Painters, with a stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I'll suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a dozen of Le Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Oh my god, my fucking throat. Okay, let's take a gaze at these passives of hers.
혈액팩이라도 먹었나? 아니지.
Yeah, it's Rufo.
저들의
Final power
기세도
based on
보더니
bleed sinking.
잠시 경계하세.
Implies blue and final power implies red. And protection for each other. Oh my god. If this unit used critique, gain 2 protection and heal. Oh my god. At lower than -15, double SP healing. If there are no allied Falvis, gain 2 fragile and reduces unit's SP to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit with a skill with 1 attack weight, if there's have 1 ally take the attack instead 2 times per turn. End of the turn, this unit use critique. If an allied Falvis student at the ring was defeated, refill its vacancy. Oh, so critique basically respawns them. Every turn start, the student that filled their vacancy gains fragile based on how many have died. Combat end inflict. Combat end? Oh, right, okay. Take more damage from ring if they're in ring. But if the attacker is in the Falvism, take even more. Combat start, gain bleed. Oh, all of them. Bleeds to gain bleed count and single count. Combat end is effective power. Have those 2 stacks. And also, oh, the inflict that to be able to have those 2 and this at the same time. Then if they have more, inflict more, I guess. Randomly apply offense and defense based on amount of rounds each one have survived or turns. If an allied unit is staggered, recover them for stagger, but they still become fatal for next turn. If the unit is in panic, heal their SP to 45. Gain the effects of this fixed panic. If they're in panic, reset SP to 20. At 70% or less HP, get a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit, and get way buff. Sanity, fragile, deal more damage. Okay. I get the gist of it.
어디 시험해보지.
Hit that shit, Gregor.
시험 시퀀스 작동.
God damn it, Don. I mean, it's not your fault, but still, goddamn.
합격장.
God damn it, Sinclair. You just let him SP farm, how useless.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
차 부숴줄 테다.
God damn it.
아이씨, 짜증나네.
Well, it's over. Might as well see it through, but like, we're kind of fucked, aren't we?
Oh, hey, Kira. Oh, hey, Pomni. Oh, hey, Pomni. That's not it. Oh, hey, Pom. Oh, hey, Pomni. Oh, hey, Kira. Did someone say an insect collection? Sinclair, you can't spend all your luck on the first clash. You're not gonna gain any SP that way. You have to spread it out so you actually win the clash fully. And Gregor, sorry, Heathcliff, why do you have so much SP? See, why can't all of you be more like, Ringy-san?
비뚤어졌구려. 더 야세라는 소재를 분별한다.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Everyone has to clash one of their own? That's kind of fucked, don't you think? Oh.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
짜증나게.
비뚤어졌구려. 뭐라지?
God damn it. I mean, I guess it's good for you because you lose. Oh my god, you're corroding.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
No, never mind. This is a bad thing. This is in fact very bad. Might have to retry. Wow. Can you believe it, guys? That didn't fucking kill the guy? Oh my god. Dawn, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you for SP farming so hard, Dawn. Very helpful.
네가 긴가했지? 원더풀 선택이었어 말이! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
Thank you for making him lose the flash. This is actually a positive. Murk his ass. Thank you.
저기는 땅이 떨어졌네!
One guy left and he's fucking about to die, so.
써봐주.
되겠냐고요.
Nah, who decided that?
수많은 것들이 목재에 온다.
Why is Rowan blinking burn? Am I sleeping? Shout out to Kira. We have a fairly sizable bleed stack on her right now. That's kind of funny. I find this comedic. Obviously, it's not gonna stay for very long, but like 7-4 bleed. Kinda crazy, don't you think?
이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
뭐야?
Do you have it? Who has it? Does anyone have it? I don't think so, actually. He'll be fine.
어디?
He'll manage. Especially after everyone else goes. Will everyone else has to be.
짜증나게.
Dagger, unfortunately. Or not. In fact, his SP is pretty low now. Sun Shower is actually helping? He's about to be staggered, isn't he? Oh, okay. Yay, she's staggered! Jump her, Merso! Jump her! Reuse! I don't remember what you reused. Fuck, okay. I don't remember your reuse. You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needlework.
기회를 잡았네.
Damn, she pulled the full fursuit out.
것이 뻔하지.
Pulled the full fursuit out, for real. Great. Yeah? Who sent you the best Limbus meme ever? Intriguing. Let me just Alright, let's take a gaze here. Good answer, Xiao Baoyu. That is actually a good meme, yeah, you're right.
한눈 세지 마. 맨날
Anyway, hi, very weirdly dressed. I saw it, man, I saw it. Unlike some people, I actually check my DMs the second I get them. If I roll ahead, you fucking die. Oh my god, he's corroding. Oh my god, watch out guys, he's corroding. Hopefully he doesn't corrode into move and reg again. Oh, he's so staggered.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세요.
Oh, god damn it. You know what, it's struggling, it's fine, he's struggling. He's hopeless, so we're fine. We have one paralysis, so I should really not be trusting any of this. That's a decently good skill. A little iffy about this one, but whatever. What's the worst that could happen? She wins all the clashes for some reason? Yeah, probably. I don't know if she would do that.
짜증나게. 바이올렛, 메이크 슬랩.
Thank you, Kira. Very nice, Kira. Hold your horses. What the hell? I don't know what the fuss is about. I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for losing your flash, corroded Heathcliff. Okay, yeah, no, he's not winning that. Goodbye, Ethan.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
But the palette, I see them! I see them! Oh. Why is Rihanna on the fucking... You don't have to ping me, by the way. I get notifications on my DMs. I seriously don't know why you ping me. Red sheet, horrible. It's dominating? Why is it dominating? It really has no reason to be dominating. What about Wishing Cairn? Is Wishing Cairn dominating? Wishing Cairn is dominating, actually. Lantern Nuclear. No, he's hopeless. I guess Dawn is just goated or something. Oh, Wishing Cairn.
어디?
I don't know why it says dominating, but I'm gonna believe it for once. Oh my gosh, she really did win. But she can't be staggered either, so wow, big Dawn win. Can't be staggered, can't trigger thinking. Something about unremarkable art. Oh wow, that's a pretty cool attack. I hope we get that. I hope we get that attack. That's a pretty cool attack. I hope we get it.
하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Why are you hopeless? Just clash with your baby ego if you're so hopeless.
점 찍었네.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Why does she have actual burn on her? Who's inflicting all of this burn? Is it you, Ishmael?
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬램.
Not bad damage, actually. Hit that shit, Mirthel.
수많은 것들이 움직인다.
I don't know what y'all are talking about. This is like the easiest fight ever. I mean, sure, all my sinners are pretty low on health, but like, I'm still winning. Not really that difficult, I'm still winning. I'm not really thinking that hard either, I'm just kinda win rate. Oh no, if he hits me a little hard. Oh no, if he hits me at some breakable points, man, it's not gonna do anything. The way they balance unbreakable points is they really just apply effect, which does kinda suck, but it's only gonna deal a certain amount of damage. Oh, okay, Heathcliff might be over. Might be over.
늦어도 다시 되찾을 거다.
Please just kill Heathcliff already. He's like, he's going to hurt our team if he wins.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
And believe me or not, I don't actually want Yisang or Heathcliff to be hurt next turn.
지원하지.
Or I don't actually want our team to be hurt. So hopefully it's good. Thank you. Everyone else is dominating except him and Yisang, I guess. Oh, it's because it's a plus coin. Yeah, no, that makes sense. You know, I see the challenge, but like, you would never catch me losing to Ruko.
합격장.
You would never catch me losing to Ruko, bro. Kill him, Kira, kill him! Yeah, kill him! Oh yeah, kill him. That was... Really? Only that much, Kira? Okay, nice.
않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Makes it a neutral. What about Lantern King? Oh, I know.
점 찍었네.
Yisang. This is all Yisang's fault.
죽일 수 있겠니?
She's dead now, but Yisang really just had to do that, huh?
적.
The power of bleed, baby.
저기 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠. 당신들이 방심해서
Sunshine
그런 게
Heathcliff.
아니라
Kelton took
제가
the same
이거나
amount of
써서
damage.
이걸로 이번 월간 해결사들에 나온 주목해야 할
Anyway.
신규 해결사 사무소도 처리 끝났네.
Please be over already. I'm so tired. It's nearing 11 p.m. on a Thursday. Anyways, it's gonna be fucked tomorrow. Yeah. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Velvet's ring, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose the words have any meaning now. The Dozen raised her giant arm as so to strike us in her final act of defiance and slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, she suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at last her words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger in the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I think this is a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have been changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with the clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small occasion don't deserve to ever stand beside the executive measure. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have in her final moment selected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Did I just leave its room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside, no longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is the passage to the corridor of the one called Index Nursefather. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nursefather's short corridor before it returns us to this room. The room is now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter which door we open. Is there anything we can do? Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to regular flow of time, and like the warp trains, it'll be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're gonna have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rod, yeah. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elcor branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait! Don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. Though Ryoshi and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in a scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those zones up there? There's thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater rate that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's... Hold on 1 second. Last words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a helly risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki blade cleaves through the walls, so does it Ryoshi's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade with hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment or no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. Oh my god. Stop killing Araya, please! Next destination. Is this... Tell me this is the last one. My voice is starting to give in. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, and I didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting to us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? Conflict? What operation? Are you saying your bosses are preparing for a war or something? Hey. I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. Call us this aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. And I steady God L Corp, the current W Corp, still ticking despite its rapid decline in recent years. As we all know, companies in city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking now. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collab. After saying our bye-byes, we returned home, and shared with Hohenheim everything that happened. Hohenheim and Fao Fao both didn't really want to talk about the conflict, so we instead had, Ryoshi's memory and the sword examined again. Yo, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshi sounded irritated as she strolled at Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stop at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. That speed-up glass is gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent parts of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing research and tell about buying incredible turnabout time, and you'll hear him say, "Whoa, done already into that." STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners yapping and hounding him, Hohenheim sped up a little and finished sooner. Well, done already? Yeah, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than predicted. I'm like so smart, and that's why. And why aren't you saying something? Give it a TR now. You didn't tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm trying to do that, yeah. Hey, you think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, and why after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. MTL? My translator? My typical line. I don't... How she lies as she breathes. I might have got a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly almost as if it was giggling. Very well, I'll get to it. First, memory, complimenting her cooking is gone. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, the name has been erased. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? No, it's it's like, why is it cloudy for me too? Have I been struck with the arayashiki? Did I unsheathe the arayashiki and slice with it? Pilot, fuck, okay. Among other miscellaneous that Lady remember is 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she felt to receive well. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshi and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If you're buying by sheer volume, I wouldn't say its mileage is acceptable. There is several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they cannot sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? Seemingly inconsequential memory, you weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been infected by the scabbard, or the power of Araya's ego. That's so. All that remains in Araya is Ryoshi's the blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed. Well, it takes a rather significant amount of time. The scabbard seems to be selecting which of Sinner's Ryoshi's memories are to be erased as the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the voice she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever, as long as she gives her time to collect the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. Memory of the time you were complimented for cooking, it was quite precious, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yeah, according to her measurements, Sora seemed to think about the weight of the memories when calculating the cost. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed. No. That is, sad. But not everything bad. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Oh my god, my throat! My voice! It is dying! Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of SANGRIA. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore the golden bass. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshi's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited a sodden pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs, and like suppressing a distortion container breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally get back on the bus! Yeah! Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather... Yes, alarm. I'm aware it's late. I'm aware it's time to... Who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, and I'm squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Asked Alan to set up the coordinates somewhere close to the nest. Keep driving to that door, you'll get to like some highway, I don't know. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, as if there's a car behind you, it'll crash, you know? Not. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join a better team, did ya? I must admit, it's kinda like interesting, but like to be here, it's like bad. I'm just here to put the coordinates in. Speaking of, how did you escape your confinement? I told him I had stuff to help you with and let me out after scribbling over some dots. Solitary confine, so hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, yeah? I see. You exploited the fact that new hires don't have grudges. I thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as... Yeah, whatever. The person in charge of that training is in long-term recovery. More problems stemming from shortage of manpower. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown too used to seeing you. Saying goodbye doesn't come out easily. Another day of a reunion must come out. I would appreciate it if such a reunion didn't fucking happen. I hate you, Honaim. While I'm not very partial to mathematical stats, I hope you're right. Yeah, I hate you too. Well then. Hey, Yoshide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two left, and no sooner the bus go boom boom, and we go closer to the portal, which is like big. Well, off to the next destination. Alright, where are we next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Berg. That's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has that ever led us somewhere not weird? Berg smiled very slightly. Downright bizarre, you know? Yeah, we're going to District 14. We're on our route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners got like mad, Marceau was like reading his newspaper. He doesn't really care. As though for him none of this changed anything. Not departing. Bidim. With that, the bus went vroom vroom and bye bye. Are we done? Are we finally done? Please tell me we're done. My throat, it tires so much. Do I have enough for the immerso? No, just barely not, damn. We can get that tomorrow. Heh. It was really good. A lot of story. A lot of like character development. Love to see it, but god, my throat, you know? Oof. I'm gonna drink the rest of my water when I'm done. Ooh, truly absolute cinema. Shout out to Lobotomy Ego, Sunshower Heathcliff. There's like no one here. I'm not gonna bother rating. There's like no one here. What I do tomorrow? Sink South Don Quixote. It's gonna be better than Gregor probably, because she rolls a little better, but by default anyway, and she benefits from what's it called again? The boss better. My voice might still be a little fucked tomorrow, but new pack is mostly for bleed sinking ring. Yeah, probably won't pick it then. Hope you all have a lovely day, had a lovely day, or are going to have, and I hope you enjoyed listening to my voice for the last few hours. Bye bye. Good night. I'm so sleepy.